Hey guys, what's up? Sorry, lighting a candle. It's better. Anyway, what's up? Hi, happy Thursday. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the announcement now. One of the reasons why I decided to go ahead and just stream like right now and just get going is my upcoming work schedule for the next 3 weeks, starting Monday. I close every shift that I work, so I don't know how I'm going to. There's a beetle flying around, and it's right in the middle of my screen. Here, look. I can't see it. There, the spot. Beetle. Anyway. Yeah, so streams, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I'm gonna do some day ones, if I'm gonna do different days. I don't know. Um, hey Contrix, what's up, man? But yeah, I don't know. With every shift that I have coming up, like I said, for the next 3 weeks, I'll be working basically 1 to 10 ish p.m. every night. So yeah, we'll see how streams go. I I don't plan on taking all 3 weeks off, but things might be a little different format coming up. So I am worn. Contracts, I really am. I'm very worn out. Um, I'm not burnt out. Big difference. Not burnt out. I'm worn out. Um, Drastic difference. So yeah, there's just a lot going on. Contracts. There's um, some emotional stuff bothering me. There's some circumstantial things that are frustrating. Some constants. I got extremely angry. I know this is out of character, but I got extremely angry at work like uh, a week ago. Go away, beetle. There's a big old beetle. It's like this big. Um, it's kind of just meandering around my desk. I don't know where it went. I got really mad because I was taking my ring off at work because like my hand right here was kind of swollen up and getting sweaty. So I just sometimes I'll take my ring off and just kind of dry my hand off and put my ring back on. Well, it slipped out of my hand and I tried to catch it. And when I did, I dropped it against the floor and my tungsten ring um, at one of the beveled edges. No, this is going to pick it up. Uh, mm, no, I won't pick it up. Let me get my face out of the way. It'll pick up. Eh. Sorry, I got this backwards. It's weird. Something behind it to focus? Like what? My hand? Eh. Anyway, whatever. But it cracked, and I got extremely livid about it. I'm still angry about it, actually. Anyway. Your TI ring? What's a TI ring? Oh, titanium. Gotcha. Well, titanium it's strong and it's like it's tough. But yeah, titanium will scratch and bend. Whereas tungsten, it's supposed to be forged and done. Like the guy said you could throw this against a brick wall and it won't break. And he was trying to show how scratch resistant it was. And he showed how easy it was to scratch gold. And then he like really pushed against this tungsten. Nothing. Not this ring, but an example ring. There wasn't a scratch mark or anything on it. So I've had this ring almost 16 years. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. So like I'm good. But I think I am. But yeah. But what's new with you, man? How are you? How are the kids? How are the wife? How are the wife? How is the wife? What's new? What's up? 16. Yep. Almost 16 years. No exaggeration to lie. Later this month. Well, try not to kill people at work. I get that. I've become the lead trainer at work, so I know that feeling. Say works well though. Everything with her, work with her being crazy stressful, or is she doing better? That's different music. Want a chance there. Oh, I should make that bigger. Oh, there. Being inventory manager at work has its perks. I now have 2 direct reports, so it's been great. Just letting them get to follow the SOP has been standard operating procedures. Yeah. Yeah. As a trainer, I understand. Because you tell people and you tell people and you tell people, and then, they don't do it. It's like, well, why aren't they doing this thing? I told them. Well, tell them again. Like, well, okay, like I can only do so much. Eventually, someone else has to step in. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. Trust me, if I could get something full time, set schedule, and remote, I would probably apply. Wait, that's news. Sorry, that's kind of left field news. No. Nope, I had no idea. Well, I tell you what, out of respect for you both, um, I won't ask you to divulge here. Um, but we can talk about it. I'm here. Like, if you and I message me on Discord or whatever, yeah, like we can talk. Yeah, I had no idea, man. Like, wow, it's like a long story. I mean, it usually is. Yeah, that's better. This is not to dismiss anything. This is just to get something else in the background besides me. Um, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, awesome. When the next time I'm going to be streaming this is, so we'll get some gameplay going. Yeah, it doesn't mean the conversations have to stop. This is just a different thing in the background for everybody. Oh, Halloween's still going on. Nice. I gotta remember where I'm at, what I'm doing in this also. But hey, acting on Verber, it gets better at some point. Some of the best things I've learned. Yeah. It does get better at some point. But that doesn't dismiss the pain of today. Acting nonverbal. That's actions speak louder than words, right? I mean, translation would be action, not words. Good. I'm glad of that. Good. Like, I mean that good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was really surprised. It just kind of came out of the blue. Oh. Yeah, it was just kind of like a, okay moment. So, like, I didn't mean to. Wait, where are you picking stuff up? I have two of those. All right. Yeah. Still sober. Not like when I was in high school. There's huge pluses. Healthy decisions lead to healthy habits. Healthy habits hopefully will lead to a healthy lifestyle. So I can do it too. Nice. I also don't remember when the last time I talked to you about things, so I don't know if I told you or not. The last deep conversation that I remember having, we just talked about depression. That's all I can remember. Like talking about depression, what it does, how it's affected you, how it's gone into different areas of your life. Things like that. We actually didn't get like super in depth. We did a little bit, but not like really deep. This weapon's fancy. Yeah, so it's been. I mean, the last time that I remember actually having like a one-on-one conversation about things was, this is how long ago it was, to give you an idea. At the same time that we were talking was when she was stressing out about the test for management. Like, that's how long it's been. Hey, Turtle, what's up? I mean, it's been a couple years, so. Yeah. So yeah, I just let you know that I'm not like trying to brag or anything, but I have a pretty decent memory, and I try to make sure that people know that they are important to me. So yeah, like I try to remember conversations that we have, and like recall things that we've talked about. Lucky, I forget those things after a couple days. It's on purpose. You know, the greatest gifts you can give me as individuals is to do what you say you're gonna do. Don't change your mind. You say you're gonna do it, do it. Communicate. Quality time. Like, touch is an aspect of things for me, but quality time is the big one. And so yeah, that's the reason why. Just do it. Exactly. Hi, Mika. Hey, buddy. Good to see you, man. You know, it's easy to find out what's important to me and what I value. I mean, it's easy for anybody, actually. Just pay attention to how people show affection. You pay attention to that, you're going to find out what makes people tick. Because people are going to do what they feel loved. Because they're like, wait, this makes me feel loved, so why would I do this for other people? This is what makes me, tick. And that's the biggest thing I have issues with between ADHD and everything else. Memory retention is difficult. And I'm not saying that there aren't things that don't contribute to that. I'm not trying to say, oh, you're a terrible person because you can't do X, Y, Z. Like, please never hear that. ever. For me, I try to do my best to make that important, because the things that we value, we will spend time on, and that's harder for some than others. You know? Ouch. Oh, short range. Gotcha. ADHD and autism, otherwise known as ADHD. So is that like musical? What was your dream the other night, honey? Okay, I gotta change this. Chat is actually moving fairly quick, which is good. You go on a trip to Japan with Carrie Fisher. Nice. Wait, where's she dead? Just chill friends, it was great. Just never have dreams, just nightmares. Dang. It's the best and worst superpower. Yeah, Linda Carter. No, I'm not gonna do that. No better. Having ADHD and autism is the best superpower. Apparently it didn't attach the name. Nice. I don't know if you're willing to try any kind of plant-based Samika, but it's essential oil that got all my nightmares to go away. Bye. The one thing I'm thankful of is I don't typically have nightmares. It doesn't happen often. When I do, they suck. I mean, I appreciate that, but most nights are not even nightmares. It's just welcome the void of sleep. Ah, bro shot me. He has a sword and he shot me. What a swashbuckling little undead pirate. You know what? As cool as this sword is, come here. Nah. Where am I? When I usually get nightmares, they're not even scary. You just wake up angry. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've already been up here. I actually remember doing this now. Wait, do I? Actually? No, I can't do anything with the mushrooms, sadly. I can't touch heater spear. Let me guess. Oh, it's cognition. Okay. What? Excuse me? Excuse me, sir. That's not okay. Ow. Okay. Mortar boys. Didn't realize I was gonna be playing Mortar Combat, alright? Example, I once had a nightmare involving a zombie apocalypse and my group of survivors was doing great. Then someone did something stupid, erasing all the good stuff. I woke up angry that they were dumb, not scared from being eaten. You have the right mushrooms and make tea, you're in for a wild night. I mean, if you grab the wrong mushrooms and make tea, you're in for a wild night. I'm not recommending any kind of drugs, any kind of nothing. No. No. Mortar to come, I guess. Okay, that sounds like a D&D campaign. Excuse you. Seems like a White Wolf campaign. I almost played White Wolf one night. Okay. Here we go to use this thing. All right. Wolf, mature white whale. Close enough. Basic Supernatural is a tabletop RPG before Supernatural was a thing. Yeah, I actually played a little bit. I actually made a character in White Wolf. Where did I see my damage at one time? Oh well, here we go. Boss time. Oh! Consumer? Oh, his gut. Damn. Okay, this camera's driving me nuts. can't, like, I can't really see. You were allowed to make one skill or feat really strong. Oh, yeah. I remember telling you told me about that, where you can make yourselves, but yeah, one character trait really strong. Here's that you could drive or operate anything. What is that? What's going on with my camera? This is weird. Oh, this is really weird. It's like I'm having vision issues, like actually the character. That's kind of neat, kind of annoying. Oh, no. Get pancaked. I like that bong. Oh yeah, let's do this. Bonk. Yeah. Doom Souls or something, basically. Spawn deceased, I thought it would say you died. No, this isn't Dark Souls. This is Hellpoint. It's interesting. Love to hang out with you guys, but I really would, but I made a promise to my kid I need to follow through on Speed Lurking now. Oh, Turtle, have a great night. Say yes, as Mika said, say hey to the little one, and yes, keep your promises. I'm just saying that. Do what you say you're gonna do. And then do it. And do it again. Yep, I still have the googly eyes on. Okay, what is this? This status that I have? It is annoying. That's getting shot in the face. Ow. I have a concussion. How about this? What that is? It's just my stats. I need to know. What, this debuff? Aha, it's gone. Okay, so okay, now I should be safe. As I get shot. Fuck, just died. Excuse me, sir. Pancake. I guess I won't pancake you. Get pancaked. Bonk. Is that an attack coffin? Yeah. Actually, I named my weapon. Hi, Rabbler. This weapon is called I named it the sickness. And hacking. And see, this is why we were friends. Okay, I almost have my stuff back. That's good enough. All right. Let's try this again. Cool. Awesome sauce. I don't like the size of this room. So because of how the camera is in here, I have to like swing once and run away. That's bad. Yep, that's the attack. Killed me last time. Okay, maybe I do need to use a faster weapon. Wolfwood? Wolfwood? I don't. Mijo, I don't get it. Giant crossgun. And what? Oh, trigun. Sorry. Like, I was not following that conversation at all. I'm there now. I'm there. Yeah, I missed the trigun thing, Mika. My bad, my bad. Nope, nope, nope. Ow. Don't hit me. Don't shoot. I said don't shoot me. Yeah. Getting targets. Will you change targets, please? Or just get shot? That's cool. Bonk. Yeah. Pancake. Missed. Oh, I pulled another one. No, 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 no. Four. Oh, you're losing the melee games. You pulled a gun, huh? Why'd you change targets? Oh, you didn't change targets. Come on. Sometimes having the slow weapon is nice here. Stop it. You know how to say pancake in Japanese? Pankeki. Hey, start playing this. We got to the observatory. Hey, Flapjack. I think you were there the last time I saw you. I haven't played more. It's pretty fun so far. Ran into the clown. Yes. You mean the clown that does this thing? Yeah. All right, let's actually... yeah, actually there's more than... Oh. More to it than you think. A Lazord. Roaming boss type material. Oh no, maybe he is. Alright, Dorf, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think of them apples, huh? Huh? You don't care. Yeah. I'm faster now, boy. And sorry. Almost got me, didn't you? Yeah, actually got me there. Aha! Oh, I can't believe I dodged that, actually. Oh, how'd that hit? Man, that's dumb. I can't take another hit on. I guess I got a level of adaptability. Oh, I never healed. Yes. Got one for me. This room is frustrating because I can't, like... If I get next to a wall... Ooh. Dude's throwing fit. Oh. Nope. Pokey pokey. You can turn yourself around. Is that what it's all about? Let's go! Yeah, adios. Did 5 episodes level 1. Consuma. Magic. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. So, I'm pushing this dude's body. No. Come on. Come on. Nope. Come on. Okay, I was like, don't you dare. Hey! No! Where'd you go? Ah, what? Be consumed. Stop it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Go. To the void with you. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's good. Aha! Crap. Man. No, I don't know. I was just trying to make Shuma happy and feed the void. Go away. Nothing like beating a boss while you have a concussion, right? The character, not me. New boss, who dis? Arcology limited access passport. Whee! Whoa. The black hole system, yes. It is unique, and I do like it. Yes! Yay! Okay, let's consume. Blah, blah, blah. Polarize. No. Infuse. Okay, let's do health up 1. Well, actually, what did I remember? Hold on. Cognition. Ooh, Thespian Mace. Aw, man. I'm using a mace. My coffin's not a sword, it's a mace. Man. It seems to drop better stuff when you're doing it. I haven't noticed anything besides the 10% XP boost. Yeah, you're right. I guess I could level up some cognition just for... My reflex is 8. Oh, no, that's what it was. That's what I was doing. Cognition 2. Okay, fine. I can level up 1. That's fine. Let's see here. Let's do cognition up. What do I have enough for 3? Okay, that up 1. I actually kind of like that stat spread. Flame. Alright. So this gives me less physical, but I look so cool. Foresight. Yeah, I'm gonna use this for a bit. I got virtually anything from enemies in the general so far, but I guess either rare or I haven't gotten far enough. I've been able to get some good items, actually, from drops. I don't know if I've been stupidly lucky or what. I don't know why, but ironically, I'm okay with this message. I mean, it's basically saying door doesn't open from this side, but for some reason, this doesn't bother me. It's at least plausible. Because we're in a sci-fi world, I can at least go, oh, okay, fine. Whoa. Union Park. You're a person. What? Hi. You can see my face? I don't mind. Killed a lot of things. I mean, maybe. What way? I don't know where I'm at. In a manner of speaking, yes. No, I'm just on a mission I was told from somebody, and I don't know what I'm really doing. Well, they are barely alive. Okay, hold on. Let's do... Sit. I'm floating. We're both floating. Ah, yes, the Warframe focus. He can see your soul. Maybe he is dressed up. Maybe. Okay, let's go to over here and figure out what's going on, because I have no idea. Whoop. Ulcidae, third. Oscil of the phoneme spasm. What's an oscil? Hey, Mika, what's an oscil? Captain's log of the Orid Nidhi expedition. Another unpleasant experience awaited me. Today is the day that I am due to make my first report of the expedition to host board. But every attempt to communicate with the lazy group are only met with records of failed connections. Oh, right. What? An F-less fossil. There you go, guys. Oscillation cycles. True. Could be oscillation. That's true. Fans oscillate. Wow, Rabble. Yo, hold the phone. Hold the what? No. You were a boss. Why are there 4 of you over there? You know, I don't mind when games do this, where they make a boss a regular enemy, but you know, that's kind of cool when you can see the growth of power. But I don't feel like I really gained that much power. No, I am doing a lot better versus this thing than I thought I would. These things are stupidly cool, though. Yeah. Oh, I dodged too early. Yeah. Have you played Silent Hill, F? No. I love doing this. Yeah, I'm not really big on horror games. They just don't appeal to me. Now, there is someone that I will watch play some horror games. Name is Phoenix Pearl. Like, probably my favorite streamer ever. She's a good friend. I enjoy being around her. But yeah, she'll play horror games, and I'm just like, whatever. I just got shot in the back of the head. Ouch. La 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 la. Okay, no, I didn't. Oh, hi. I don't like this one bit. But yeah, I don't really play horror games. Not my cup of tea. Let's actually see how much. So this is 65. That's 8. Wow, 80? All right. But no, I watched her play F, and I was like, this is an interesting game. And by interesting, I mean I would never play it. Get slapped. Oh, that is satisfying. That's not. Pancake. Yeah. The only horror game that I have ever played, like horror, that I liked, Dying Light, I think. Yeah, Stagger's super nice. I am really enjoying that. Get bombed. Well, that streamer I was talking about, Phoenix, she's played 1 and 2. She played 2 on stream. And, like, I swore up and down it was the same voice actor. And, like, I was arguing with people. I'm like, listen to this guy talk. Nope. Get bumped. Supposedly the Beast. Is that coming back around to hit me? Like, did you guys see that? Like, what even was that? You missed. Dude, you are so gonna get smacked. Oh! You're kinda tough. I gotta, like, be moving quickly. Even if they had fire. Okay. Let's see if I get lucky. Probably not. Had a really forgettable voice. Acting, but I like him quite a bit. I don't know if I'd say it's forgettable because to me it was so good. I thought he was. I couldn't tell the difference between him and the original guy that played the main character. Ow. It was good. He's got a flamethrower. Dude, can you get any cooler? Like, dude's a heavy with a flamethrower and a mortar. And he's got a blade on the bottom of the gun. Like, ugh. Please, 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 please. Yes! I got it! Cognition. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, I cannot. Well, we know where my points are going. Cal Kane was in 1, but not sure about the second one. Whoever the guy was in the second one sounded just like him. Wait, Kyle Kane, isn't that the guy who... Crane, I mean. Kyle, that's, Mirage? In Apex? Guns use mana, yes. There's the blue bar, but the nice thing about that is that your melee attacks restore the blue bar. He was right in front of me. How did you miss? See Moose Shoes. He was 3 feet in front of you. Come on. Alright. Not sure if it's the same voice actor, but the guy voiced From 1 voiced Batman Arkham Origins, and that's the only thing that I could recognize. I missed. 14 damage. Okay, you know, that's... Ow. Now, if you would drop your shield, that'd be stupidly cool. Technically, he dropped his shield. You look... It's cool. Big shoes to fill, but did alright. I'm not aggravated. Oh, that was an item. I thought it was just a light. Wait. Aha! Parkour! Aw, man. Reward the parkour. I feel like I'm definitely going to be 99% completion and miss one of the green hand symbols somewhere. Probably. I'm not going for 100% completion. I'm just going to play for a good time. I'm going to have to figure out my stream schedule coming up the next 3 weeks. I don't know if you guys heard. I don't know if you were here or not. But I'm closing like every shift I work for the next 3 weeks. So my stream time is not going to be normal. And I don't plan on taking all 3 weeks off. But things are going to be scattered because I work basically 1 to 10 every shift. Unless there's somebody out there who wants, you know, that has, you know, access to hiring someone remote with set schedule, pays really well. Hit me up. I learned it very quickly. That's pretty standard, to be honest, Jack. Because they give a little and look identical. Yeah. Another boss already? Already? I don't know if I'm ready. Oh, you look cool. Oh, listen to the music. Are you singing? Who's singing? Flapjack, I have fought, let's see, for different types of enemies. There's the basic claw dude. There's like a flying piranha thing. There's the basic enemy with like a mace. There's spawn that look like me that have different blades. Yeah, some has well, one is like this. There's an axe like that. There's the big Halloween looking enemy dude that has the pole arm. Yeah, they have that weapon. Wah! Hello. Found the beetle. It's on my arm. It just scared me because of how it felt. Blech. Little feet. Where'd I flick him? Like, my immediate reaction was just... Yeah, it's the knight that has the reverse grip sword and the cross shield. There's the guys that have the railgun pistol. One guy that they have the 2 guns on their hands. So there's a few different ones. All right, let's see. Will you go away? He's right there. See? Look, right there. Oh, you guys can't see it. I don't want to kill the thing. I just want him to go away. Yes, go away. I don't like to kill things unnecessarily. You know what I should have done? Put him in the cup. And taken him outside. Because I got a big cup up here. Okay, next chance I get, I'm gonna put him in a cup. Yeah, I'm not kidding. The beetle's like this big. You big boy. Alright. Let's try this. Our praying hostess. Oh, good. I can't use this up close because it's like a mortar. I can't do the thing that they do. Low energy. Okay, I got enough for 1 shot. Okay, so you don't hit that hard. You hit hard, but not... Ah! Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. This kind of reminds me of the girl from Steel Rising. Yeah, no, she's so far probably the coolest looking enemy I've seen. I like that she's singing. Like, that's her singing. She's got very fluid animations. She's like, actually, you know what? She makes me think of Dancer from Dark Souls 3. Yeah, that's exactly what. Yes. This is a cool fight. Like, this isn't hard, but overall, I think the first boss, I actually really like the first boss. The Phantom. Playing it too loudly, Grim Herd. I said that today. I said exactly that because we were eating our dinner. Go away. And I couldn't type what I wanted to say. And I know that I was thinking it very loudly. And Wolf actually said what I was thinking. And I said I was thinking it so loudly, Wolf said it for me. Or Wolf heard, I think is what I said. You were really cool. Oh, that had to hurt. Let's make this a little more comfortable for you to be dead. That's not any better. That might be better. Let's give you a little bit of respect and dignity. Actually, it looks like a comfortable sleeping position. Except for your foot. Better. Okay. Bye. I also like that there is at least some way of getting Yes! Well, you can't get flask back at the bonfires. Or that they don't restore them. Yeah. No, I like the fact that the aggression keeps you, like, the fight is, yeah, I guess you could die. But pay attention to, like, leech from weapons. The bigger, slower weapons chunk the flask back, which I like. Okay, so cognition is going way up. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? There's yellow things over here. For decades, we've possessed the technology to synchronize quantum vibrations within a small, concentrated space, authoring the signature of another reality. And yet, we've always resisted against using it. I've gained knowledge about piercing. What? Oh, anyway, here we go. While organic matter cannot remain intact when passing through dimensional breaches, a synthetic being in stasis may be able to survive the transition. Been using the pillar. Yeah, if you look at how much of the flash you get back, it is like you chunk. There are visible, like every swing. It's just like, dang, that's a lot back. So is the circle in the black hole the spawn thing for the accretion storm, or what? Okay, in the upper left-hand corner, the yellow is like the timer, and when it hits the top, that's when the accretion storm and black hole starts. (2061), the first exile. Dozens of colonies leave Earth permanently, giving birth to who would become the mystical people of the stars. The members of this young species are distinguished by their pale skin tone, tall stature, wider pupils, and complete lack of body hair. Yeah, birth to those who would become the mystical people of the stars. That makes way more sense. I was like, black hole ring is also different than yours, so something makes it move. I wonder if it's... Well, no, when I started the game, it's always been at the top. I don't know. 2552, launch of the Ira Novo project, a great collaboration between Arisen and humans, entering operation in 2560. Ira Novo eternally orbits the black hole Sagittarius A, harvesting energy and making new natural discoveries such as the exploitation of axion particles. Yours at 2 o'clock? Interessante. Mine's at high noon. It's 12 o'clock. Oh, wait. It's a door. Hello? Hello? I don't know if I like this or not. Oh, I'm swinging the camera back and forth looking for data. This is kind of cool. You're just crazy. You checked your files at 12 o'clock. You're good. You're thinking both the circle and the ring moves? Hey, my boys. Hello. Why'd you leave your spot up on the table? You wanted to. Okay, I need, let's see here. Cross shield. Oh, I can make the cross shield now. I have not enough materials. Warrior saber? Oh. I don't know if I'm supposed to break these down or not. Carbon particles. Alright, I'll tell you what, we're just gonna break everything down. This is the weapon I'm using, isn't it? Alright, let's make it. Boom! It has a new weapon. Ooh. This is very nice. I got like 10 of the visors from the basic... Oh yeah, you know what? I gotta break those down. Thanks for saying that. Thank you. Victim headgear. Headgear, victim headgear. Do that. I do have an extra set of these. But I think I'm gonna keep it just in case I can turn it into something. Do I have any other like duplicates that I'm unaware of? Oh yeah, I can turn in the railgun and victim's poker. Let's do that. Let's do 1 railgun, 2 victim pokers. Wait, you leave me alone! I swear, next time I see this beetle, I am gonna kill it. There, got it. Get in the cup. Not in the fan. In the cup. Thank you. Now. We take this. Beetle is in the cup. Secured. Be right back. I'm back with eggnog. Rewarding myself for not killing the beetle. Okay. Watching a review on The Mummy yesterday, I forgot the beetles, they scarred me as a child. They scared you? No. Contrix, the beetle is in the cup. There's a beetle that's about this big that was flying around the room, and he would just dive bomb on like my arm or my back. And so I was like, get off. And I finally said, okay, next time you land, you're going outside. So he flew into the fan, got smacked onto my chair. I grabbed a cup and said, all right, grabbed a tissue and said, okay, outside with you. Threw him outside. Now he's probably getting eaten by an owl or something. I hope not. Predator human. What do you take? Okay, cognition. Okay, fine. Once I hit enough. Heal player? Upgrade healing method. Oh, I can use Axions to heal. That's neat. Ow! Don't hit the... What are you? Don't hit the flowy stuff, it hurts. I feel bad about crushing most bugs on site until I remember what they could do to me if they were human-sized. My general philosophy is if I don't need to kill it, don't. Now, if you're a wasp, yeah, that's different. Yes. It's actually really cool looking. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be cool if you couldn't breathe, you know, because you're suffocating stuff. Doing your duty to the balanced ecosystem. You don't kill spiders, they'll take over the world. Well, it depends on what it is and what it can do. Like, okay, here's a prime example. Black Widows, I'm gonna leave them alone because they can kill me. Now, if you get into my space, I am going to kill you. Now, is my first thought murder? No. I don't know if I want to go down there or not. I mean, I do, but I don't want to die. Oh, I'm not going down there. But yeah, that's not my first reaction. Supposedly they're afraid of people, but I swear every time I see a spider bigger than a quarter, make a beeline for my feet. Yeah, right? Like wolf spiders and stuff. No, black widows and brown recluses, they're more defensive. You stay out of their space, they'll leave you alone, but you get in their space, you might get bit. Tarantulas freak me out. The giant brown house spider. I think those are daddy long legs here. Where am I going? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the venomous ones. Like, nope. Yes, long needle legs, yes. Oh, these are beefier. Oh. So these are spiders that didn't skip leg day. Okay. You know, I've been thinking about getting a jump rope. Doing cardio like 5 to 10 minutes every day. Legitimately, that killed me. It's like either it kills you or it does nothing. Thought about doing some exercise myself too. I always thought the thoughts always die in the planning phase, though. I can be that way too, Rabble. I can, but I think it might be percent health at Rams. You could be correct. Yeah, it's like 1, 3, 5. Oh, get dodged. Bye, Ghosty. As I was saying, it's like 1%, 3%, 100% for fall damage. Oh, right. I have a flashlight. What am I doing? Oh! Hi. I mean, hi. OmniQ Quantum Light. What is that? That's a very nice. It's like a black light. Information data. Okay. The results show an unbelievable spike in reported cases of depression and mental disorders in the past 10 years. This is not good. Might explain the multiple outbursts of violence witnessed on Irid Novo. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if it has secret, like, okay, who here has played Lords of the Fallen? You remember you pull out the lamp? Yeah, I got real fast. Please, sir, can I have my Axions back? Hello. There they are. Hello. Okay, so far we haven't found anything that is revealed by this. Wait. Nope. What? Nothing revealed by the light. I think the only skill I've gotten is the waypoint, which, like, in theory, I haven't even used. Oh, the big... Yeah. Right. There are 3 of you guys. So, should I lay down and be the 4th? I didn't mean to heal. Yeah. Okay, I like that one. These are pretty good. It's not bad. Okay, I don't need that one. Let's change that one. Do I have a... I don't have a lie down. Sadness. Okay. What was this? The truth is that the Arisen have succeeded where we have failed. A perfect transposition of consciousness, memory, and personality into an immortal synthetic form. Strangely, they still don't embrace eternal existence, but choose to end their lives at the age of 152 Earth years. Yeah, we can have bonfires as your teleport points. Yes. Those are the skills I have as well. I don't know where I'm supposed to go, though. Like, did I miss something? Yeah, I don't have enough to synchronize the breach, so I have to actually run all the way back. It's so far. Oh, wait a minute. Did I even go this? Oh, that's the way I came in. You sync the very first breach. You know, I didn't sync the first breach, and I feel like I'm going to regret it. Wait a minute. I'm glad you said that, because... Okay, hold on. Basic... beware the land of the blind sight is heresy. Of antiphoton force, unfazed matter to become visible to the naked eye. It became indispensable for interstellar travel. It was discovered that the universe was cluttered with unfazed matter. Previously known as dark matter. There we go. So, we have arcology. Can't say a specific word. I cannot say scoobity. But you know, with eyes. What's up, Cass? How you feeling, buddy? A decision of consequence is going to impose sensation of regret. Mika dropping facts. No. Wait, I can fight these guys again. Yay! That means I have a chance at more stuff. I'm okay, just got home from work. I'm still sick. I got meds and doc. So you can deal with it. I do hope you get to feeling better, man. You know what? I knew you were there and I forgot about it. Like, I knew it. Okay. Yes. Got 15 damage out of that. I'll take it. Please be the shield. say hello to my little friend. What's up, Ace? That can remind me of those big enemies from Halo. The hunters? Can you dual wield melee weapons? Sadly, no. You can only have one weapon in your main hand, a shield or a gun in your offhand. The mortar seems a little pathetic. Well, when I use it. It's like when you fight a boss and they're stupidly overpowered and like, I'm gonna join you on your quest. And then there's like nothing. Yeah, like, that's cool. Yeah, come on. Use your shield. That's not your shield. Why can't I do that? Come on. Thank you. Wait, why is my health going down? I'm not complaining. Boop. I missed. Hey, buddy. So you're saying is there's no dual wield, just not... Wait, they're saying there is a chance you can dual, just not the way you want. Correct. Although I will say I like the fact that the mana in this game is restored by attacking. Kess, I don't know when this game came from. Or when this game came out. Yeah, I don't know what I have regen from. I really don't. Because I don't really see my health going up. But it looks like I have... Wait. Oh, it's faster stamina recovery. Ooh. Bonk. So, keep in mind, I don't have the stats to use this yet. Oh, that was very nice. That was very nice. I'm trying to get used to using it. Okay, I'm starting to feel a little powerful now. Did you overshoot that? I mean, I know how you do it. I watched you do it, but... What is this? Fancy. This game came out in 2020. Hey, Tut, I got a gun. See? I got a big gun. It's a biggin. I had to put down the sickness and get the biggin. You would have guessed 2012. I gotta say, though, this game may not look like, yeah, like a AAA title, but it plays smoothly. Like, it has a very smooth, like the controls are. Wait. I can aim this thing? In my offhand? Well... Yeah. Down with the sickness, right? Well, so the sickness is this weapon right here. That is the sickness. That reminds me of Halo 1 and Halo 2 with the music aesthetics. Oh, what's this? Revolute? What's this? I'm gonna shoot it. No, I'm not. Well, I'm sick, so I had to say it. Yeah. I do hope you get to feeling better very soon. And by soon, I mean tomorrow. Any mana flasks? Other ways of getting mana? To my knowledge, no. Wait, whalebone halberd. Oh. So, okay. It's the same moveset as this, as the Demon Scythe. Sir. Alright, let's try this again. Ha! Gotcha. Dude. Oh, I'm really liking the sword. Okay, you can stop. I swear, if someone told me this came out in 2004, I'd believe it because of how the game looks. I wish you could play it, because it plays smoother than it looks. Like, the controls are good. That's the night item. I got to go get the item. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Ah, did it. Ah, crap. Hey, boys. Games look pretty bad by today's standards until 2015, but they haven't gotten much better graphically since about then. The requirements just have skyrocketed. Well, a lot of games have just added busyness on screen. As you can see, this game, I mean, it looks good. Is it amazing? No, but it looks good. You see everything you need to. There's enough to tell the player what's going on, even though I think the kind of the layout is kind of poor and the conveyance for where you go through them is not amazing. It looks fine. And it plays smooth, and I'm okay with that. If this had a little bit more, I mean, not a lot, but just a little bit more, is linearity a word? Would it be linearity? Mika, correct me on this, or honey, you can correct me too. Linearness? Linearity? I don't know. But what's the proper word there? I know I'm old when I linearity. Yeah, right. A good and cohesive theme, art direction is more important than graphic. I agree. Yes, that is more important than graphic fidelity. If it fits, it fits. That's what I care about. I don't care if you got a 4K game that operates off, you know, it can do, you know, 100 or 120 FPS stable. Is it impressive? Sure. But what I care more about is that the game makes sense. What I see, linearity is correct. Okay. What I care about is that what I see and what I do is consistent, thematic, and smooth. Yeah, I'd way rather play something that looks like Lunacid than Call of Duty 17. Yeah, it's all about... Linearly is the adverb form. Well, I actually... Okay, a game that I wish this was a little linearly, more linearly... Tongue-tied. More linearly made. That feels weird. You can polish a turd until it shines, but then you just have a shiny turd. I think storytelling, art, direction, music, and gameplay are more important. Graphics, to me, are just supposed to be the icing on the cake. Linearity is... No. Okay, so I did... Got it. Well, guys, we all learned a new word. If you didn't, well, I did. We're going to find out if this is fake or not. Ready? And go. Well, the hole wasn't fake. I guess I got another chance at getting more of the armor. I wish this game had its progress designed more linearly. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. But I also put it as like I wouldn't mind if it had more linearity. Yeah, I'm really going to turn down even PS1 games. They're still fine graphically to me, but even the early 3D, the a la OG, Star Fox is bad enough I'd care. You know, there was a game... Okay, now, keep in mind, this game, I say it, the graphics are bad, but I don't mean bad as in like, oh man, this is so awful to look at. The graphics are amazing in the way that they did the art and design, and that was Astral Ascent. Like, legitimately, the game had extremely basic art until it was like a cutscene, and then it was stellar. Oh, it's so cool. But yeah, when you're playing it, it's meant. But it played so well, I didn't care. Astral Ascent was fun. Really early 3D games were worse just doing it in 2D, especially 2D sprite work was in a golden age. I mean, some of my favorite games are still like the Mega Man X series, and those graphics are not incredible by any stretch of the word. They're good, but they're not incredible. Blackjack, you just gave me an idea. Hey, buddy. Whoa! Wait, nope, fine. Nope. Nothing to see here. Sanity puppet? Why is my weapon glowing? Oh, I got a new level with it. Okay. X series has okay graphics, but killer aesthetics. Yes, agreed. The theming and conveyance is incredible. Modern sprite work is really good in some games, like Blasphemous. Agreed. But there were gobs them towards the end of the Super Nintendo. Europe. I might get raked over the coals for this one. I didn't think the Star Wars games had excellent sprite work. I'm not saying the games were bad, but I don't think the sprite work was anything stupidly impressive. Yes, Mika, you caught it. Theming, conveyance, intro stage. We don't need to know anymore. I did too, but I was going... No. Yeah, no. No. I don't think I could go back to PS1, PS2, GameCube, and 64, NES, SNES. I just don't think... I don't want to lose how I played those games back then and be disappointed now. I just watch retro streamers if I ever am curious. I don't know that I would ever have that, Cass. This is just me. I don't know if I would have that robbed feeling of joy of like, man, I used to love this game. This game sucks now. I don't think I'd have that. I really don't. Hollow Knight. Oh, yes. That's another really good one. Silk Song is a game I will pick up and... Oh. Hi. How you doing? What's up? Goodbye. It's me. Oh, Ace. I liked Hollow Knight so much, I went through and I beat every single boss on Ascended difficulty. Or not Ascended, Radiant. Even Absolute Radiance. I mean, you remember I had to replace my whole keyboard after I beat Hollow Knight? Yeah, somebody played Hollow Knight with a keyboard. Mantis Lords? You're fighting the twins? Yeah, I don't know how you did that, dude. I played with a controller and it was great. Play something like Symphony of the Night versus Bloodstained. Oh, man. Yes. Yes. I really enjoyed Bloodstained, and I am very excited about the second one coming out. Because if they have co-op, I really hope my wife will play it with me. No pressure to answer on stream, honey. You don't have to say a word. It's okay. I'm not gonna... That's just not fair. And I'm not. Also ads. Okay. The 3 bosses at the bottom of Mantis Village. Yes. Okay, so Ace. That boss. The Mantis Lords. That is probably my favorite fight in the game. I feel like Symphony of the Night is great, but compared to modern iterations, it does feel lacking because they've been refining that game for like 20 years. Well, think of it like something new, and of course you improve on it. It doesn't mean that the original is bad, it just means that was the foundation that made everything else better, and you can appreciate the jank. Yeah. Oh. Bye-bye. Oh, you're still alive. You know what? Yeah. Essentially refining the formula. I tried Hollow Knight with controller, but I sucked, so I went to mouse and keyboard, did better than with a controller, which is weird, because it's usually the other way around for me. Yeah, Cass, to this day, I still don't understand how you played it better with keyboard and mouse. I really don't. Oh, cool, I aggroed the other one. we gotta play this smart. Alright, we're good. Oh, that was so smooth. Tut, you didn't hear me say I had a big one? Man, I made that joke and you weren't even listening. But yeah, I got a big gun. It's the big one. I had to drop the sickness for the big one. I did. I was at work. Oh. Oh, okay. I usually play platformers or racing games and most side scrollers on controller. Other things. Yeah, I play shooters on keyboard and mouse. I play adventure games like this, action games like this on controller because I just. Oh, hey, buddy. Buddy. Excuse you. Get shot. Or don't. Oh, I forgot. You're just as inaccurate as I am. Ha 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 ha! Come on. You know what? I'm gonna shoot you. Maybe I'm not. Ghost defeated. No, Elden Ring and Black Myth Wukong, definitely a controller. You know, after watching you and Phoenix both play Black Myth Wukong, and Mousy the Mute play it, I don't know if I want the game. Like, I don't think the game's bad, but I just don't know if I want it. Is that weird? Yes, they are mapped out naturally for controllers. But there are people that I know that play, like, they play Elden Ring and games like that. Oh, I didn't do that. On keyboard and mouse, and it's, like, how? And why? Parkour. I think that's a coin. But, or it's just a yellow light. Yeah. Anything I feel like that requires precise turns and aims, keyboard and mouse. Yep. Sorry, I still appreciate the joke. Well, no. What do you mean, well, no? What? Whew. Man, I feel... Yeah, true. That was funny, though, Cass. Like, you can't... Oh, I know where I'm at. Material accelerator. Hello. If you've always used keyboard and mouse, you might not know the difference, but once you know it, it's hard to go back. Yeah. 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 It was funny, like, how am I gonna... Yeah. How am I gonna do this? Falls. That's not how you do it. Let me do it again. Well, that didn't work. Let me try it again. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Yeah. Have you played White Knuckle? Is it like this? The transit system is offline. Really fun game, and it's insane to meet anyone who plays on controller. You have hands on screen. Sekiro is so good, Cass. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, bots. Okay, so I have 2 heals. No, that's an ambush. All right, let's do it. SCP climbing game. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. I'm in a controller over keyboard and mouse because my dysgraphia just doesn't jive with my hands separated like that. Thinking through the new Pokemon currently. ZX. I'm gonna handle like a couple souls, like a year. I get tired. Oh no, I can. My favorite genre. Loppity, hello. All right, cognition. I'm. Dang it. Oh, it's 10. Never mind. Ah, the predator human stuff is 7. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Oh. I mean, it's not bad. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of sick looking. All I need is a cape and I'm like Blade. ZA. Yes. Oh, my bad. I'm so happy there's going to be another Black Myth game. I'm going to play Phantom Blade Zero. Blade Zero. Phantom Blade Zero. I don't remember that one. Good genre, but most of them do share some... Yeah, they do share a lot of similarities. Fair. Glad we have Chinese developers making good games in the market because AAA games are not AAA games anymore. I give that a 6 out of 7. What do you mean 6 out of 7? Cyber Neo. Looking. I was saying this looks kind of like Blade. I said I seen a cape. Oh. I did not catch that. Thank you, Cass, for pointing that out. I could do this. Is that better? For me, what's the point of hell? Worst thing you could possibly imagine. Total and complete separation. Actually, that's not bad. Ah, the red and blue clash. Does that work? Oh, it's heavy though. Yeah, it's heavy gear. Okay, let's see if we can work around this a little bit. I can live with that. Doesn't sound very pointy. I'm old enough to tell kids that their memes. We're in the era of indie greatness. Oh, yes. There are so many indie games that have come out recently that are so darn good. This is the enemy I was talking about that has the sword, or the gun hands. There's the mace dude. Okay, dude, you can stop any moment now. Okay. I win. Been surprised that Outer Worlds 2 is hitting a lot of boxes for me. You can get the gun hands. Yeah, I know. I'm with you on that, man. I was kind of hoping for it too. Emergency induction port. You're gonna catch these hands. Yeah, that beginning, watching you play the Outer Worlds intro, I'm like, well, that's not good. Nailed it. Tut's playing the second one, and the intro was like, oh. This is gonna sound kind of weird. So I can play this game, right? The graphics for Outer Worlds are not too much different than this. Let's see. Okay, so I gotta learn the lob on that. But for some reason, there's some of the graphics in that game that I don't know. It looks funny to me, kind of like the Dune game. Okay, I don't mean this to sound mean, but Dune to me reminds me of if Mass Effect was made on, I don't want to say Windows 98 because that's too big. Maybe XP. Been buying Fallout New Vegas, Love 4, definitely going to download mods, just the graphic overhaul and stability performance. You mess up your spec and you're already changing. That'd be Tune 2000. I was fighting a Joker-like enemy, yes. Oh. I want backstabs. Ah. Not backstabbed, but backstabs. So yeah, that's what the mortar shot looks like from the dudes who can use the gun. That's crazy, because for me, it's way above the first one because they still brought slight humor, heavy dialogue, still alive. Choice actually matters compared to the first one. Felt like it meant nothing. Oh, Absolute Joker looks like a demon. Okay, I got you. My bad. First one, first person. Yeah, see, look at that. See, that's what their shots look like. And then mine goes, oh. Would you look at that? We've got some things over there. All right. Oh, what's this? Aha. Was ist? Paging Vader's wife. Paging Vader's wife. Hello, Ella. Oblivion remake. Baby's first mortar. You're not wrong. Funcom does what they always do. Sell the game, then ruin it away to the bank. Oh, ruin it to run away to the bank. Yeah, I do the same thing, Cass. You're talking the first major complaint was the whole party barely liked you. They were there for quest, but that was about it. Oh. Hello. Guys, I made progress. what's crazy is I was talking to an employee and her name is Ella. I was like, well, that's weird. That's kind of funny, actually. Since sales hit my wish list, emails come and telling me. I've turned down a lot of my my sales here recently. I still have too many games. Like, I'm not buying more stuff because I have too much. Yes, Brink Synchronizer. Breach, not Brink. A ton of improvements in the last year I've played. Yeah, there's a game that's hit my wish list twice that I haven't picked up. 3 times recently. I'm like, it's not on sale enough. No, I'm... Oh! No! No, I am becoming very disciplined with my spending because there's a lot of things that I'm tired of saying no to. And so, yeah, we're saving up for stuff. And I mean, granted, I don't really buy games unless it's, you know, stream money anyway. So it's not like I'm really doing that much. But so yeah, you guys are paying for my hobby. But yeah, I'm also saving up because, like, you know, if I don't I shouldn't say need, because I don't need to buy anything. But if I can save up what you guys are giving me, that's just more that I could use towards possibly a new rig. You want stagnation? No progress? No! Actually, I do kind of like that chest with this. Ironically. That's actually not that. Even more progress. I assume you use the bonbons to buy the googly eyes and haven't found anywhere yet. You do use the bonbons at a crafting station. Kind of was hard, but feels like a Doom character. Hey man, what you doing? I was just thinking too. How dare you hate in the game that I'm enjoying? It's really not that bad. It's good. Oh, we're talking about different games. Oh, hey, green hand. Sybil Mosh, 972nd Ossel of the Electrospasm. Captain's log of the Orid Nivi expedition. This has been a disastrous day. Yeah, tell me about it. The terrain keeps getting more and more treacherous, and despite my remarkable athletic abilities, I've had to survive many perilous falls. Multiple unexplainable glitches are challenging my perception of reality to a degree that makes me question whether we might be inside some kind of primitive simulation. I found myself falling underneath the entire world, obliged to teleport myself back onto safer ground. I cannot believe that the architects of this station let such abhorrent mistakes plague their infrastructure. Lock Protocol 3. Yeah, 972th. Second. I know. This is hilarious. I like some of the things, like, despite me being a remarkable athlete, I almost died because I fell through the world. Primitive simulation. Oh. Period. curious. Why do we have purple lights? I touched the orb. Why are they red? Excuses, probably skipping. Okay. Curious, does anyone here have a good recommendations for mods for Far Cry 1 or 2? Since I had to buy them on Steam, I couldn't find physical console copies. It sounds like an unhinged review of a bad video game. Or sorry. Yeah, unhinged bad review of a video game. Am I gonna die? No oxygen. What's up? Simple, don't play 1 and 2. How'd your stream go tonight? I haven't ever had any of my statuses get effects get stacked yet. That was pretty close to max. I don't know what it does. I didn't want to die. Oh! I don't like that. My max health is dwindling. I'm taking damage. I am dying. Okay, I'm going to synchronize this. That way if I... should I have? I don't know. It's expansive. How's Hellpoint? Hellpoint is doing okay. I'm trying to figure some stuff out. Do I know what I'm doing? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, nope, it's that way. But, does anyone really? Well, some of us do.
No? Is that your final answer?
But you know what, Emma? I've got sickness and bigot. Sickness, because I'm coughing and hacking. And biggin, because, well, there's a coffin in my way. Biggin, because it's a big gun. Well, thank you. Let's go. Come on. Swing. Yeah, I've got some stamina and some damage now, buddy. What do you think of that? I mean, you all saw my Elden Ring streams. There was no playing at all. No. But sometimes that's okay. Hey, get back. Where do you think you're going? Aha! Get shot. By in-game. Wide slash? Oh, we did the wide slash. Ah, I win. Okay. They do have good armor. I'll give it that. I opened the door. Guys, we are making progress. I don't know what to do with myself. They do have some pretty cool looking gear, Kess. I'll give you that. I wouldn't mind having the sword. Neat. Yay! My first Dark Souls-esque, and I cannot parry to save my life. Well, don't parry, just jump attack. You're good. Just bonk. 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 Riposte. Okay, nothing fancy. Don't get frustrated at me because I was just so bad. Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, you are responsible for your own fun. And if you're not having fun, that's on you. Like, make it fun for you, however you need to. But let me tell you guys something. Like, let me be real with you for a minute about stream. Look, if streamers got people based off their skill alone, some of us would have more people here. Most of the time, especially now, people aren't there because you're doing something incredible in a game. They're there because they're friends with you. There's a connection with you. If you have fun and you bring the fun, they're going to have fun with you. Like, for example, I don't like horror games. I just don't. But I hang out with friends of mine that are playing horror games because I like them. Yo. You were a boss. I'm gonna kill you again. Yeah, get knocked down, punk. This is probably the coolest enemy that I've, like, regular mob. Stop teleporting around. Reef. Krim saw how I finally learned Flurry Rush, Tears of the Kingdom fighting Ganondorf. Yeah. After beating Breath of the Wild. Do you buy games I want to see played for my friends I hang out with in their streams? That Frankenstein Monster. Yeah. The game was is doing like a Halloween event. That's why you see some of these enemies like different masks on, like the basic enemies have. Pumpkin heads on. Yeah. Come on. Some of the enemy designs in this are so cool. I just play the game even if I'm bad at it, laugh at myself because it's entertaining to me too. There you go. Just have fun. Like, guys, just have fun. I kind of want to get stuff before the Halloween event ends, but I don't feel like playing right now. Well, then don't play right now. I'm actually impressed that the Halloween event is technically still going. Will you open the door, please? Open the door! Or don't. Well, what the? What are you? 20% of data gathered. The first step are the hardest. You're well on your way. 20% of data collected. First steps are the hardest. You're well on your way. Please tell me there's a Santa event. A Thanksgiving event where everything is just a different colored turkey. Yeah, I figured it'll end soon, maybe in like next couple days. I mean, Krim, literally, how many times did I die to cliffs, setting things on fire, getting mauled by bears? Enough? Enough? Hello? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ow! No, sprechen Sie Deutsch. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I tried. Even horses in my games have attitude. Yeah. Okay, Cass, I'm not trying to one-up you here. No, I am. I'm sorry. Let's put it this way. I don't mean to try to one-up you. But do you remember the clip in Breath of the Wild where my horse just... Like, I got off the horse, it was safe, and then it took a beeline off the ledge. Just beeline jumped off the cliff. I'm like, why? I'm like, you were safe. Nothing spooked you. Why did you jump off the cliff? It's like, dude, what did I do to you? Yeah, that was self-leading horses mechanic to coerce you to find horse resurrection NPC. See, I'd have been fine with that. Hi, Manic. Where are you, buddy? Another crab's treasure. Yep. I was gonna buy it, and that's one of the games that I've not bought. That's been on sale a couple times. Wait, is there a whip in the game? Oh, looks like an A to me. That's the door. Hey, buddy. Remember I brought a Korok to my horse, and he jumped off a cliff? Yes! Yes! Because I remember we were just kind of like, what just happened? Like, why? I did, yes. Okay, darkness is encroaching everywhere I look. What are we really doing here? The less I believe, the stronger the light becomes. I can't be a part of this anymore. I'm walking away. I too would rather jump off cliffs and deal with some of those Koroks in Tears of the Kingdom. I skipped most of the carry me please Koroks. Mika has still somehow found 700 of them. Oh, 719, sorry. Helped all the Koroks I could find. I thought I missed my jump. Anything special? Nope. Nintendo debated the collectible nerd. Yeah, right. Collect 4 million Koroks. You only need to do 17.
Sir, I found all 47 million of them at 618,904.
I didn't collect all of them, but just the ones that were throughout my journey. The patterns of the locations got pretty obvious after a while. Reward for finding every Korok seed, right? A golden Korok seed. Golden poop. I'm 2 away. Late last year, I was rerunning Breath of the Wild and was still finding more Korok seeds after 350 hours in the save. And the satisfaction of a job well done. What's this dog? I can use the railgun now. And go pew pew pew. Wait, range 15? Oh. You know, just for a little while, let's try this. Because I can actually use the pistol. Or railgun, excuse me. But the problem is, I don't know. Oh, wait, hold up. Hold up. Nah, too heavy. Okay, I feel like there's supposed to be some stuff for me to parkour. It was already insane for playing Breath of the Wild, enters the kingdom back to back. I'm no completionist. I am in Souls games. I like to collect every spell and every armor. Every weapon. You know, all the things. Nope. Nope. Aha! Okay. You play all the main Assassin's Creed games for a year back to back to back. Yes, you did. God of War 3, Ghost of Sparta, Chains of Olympus, and 2018 in a streak. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a Snimsy. What's up? How are you, friendo? How you been? What's up? Thank you, Tut. Appreciate you, buddy. You're playing Goats of Sushi's Maw? Man. I missed it. Hi, Brown. Hi, General Blue. I mean... Oh, your name should have been Forgotten General Who. Sorry. First date with Sushi Mom? Okay. Only one I'm missing is Ragnarok, but I plan to play them all eventually again. Question for you guys. Because this idea came about tonight, and I didn't finish saying it because I didn't know if I wanted to do it, but now I'm still in debating phase. And if I don't like it, I can just annex the idea anyway. What do you guys think of a redeem? Of a redeem. Ooh. The floor is lava. How are you? That would... Hey, bro, you fell. Oh, floor's not lava. Ooh, what's this? We thank you for opening the gate to your dominion. For saving us, we give you our flesh and blood. Bro. I didn't mean that for you. Huge one, hopefully. Yes, that is a rather large game. I have a problem with playing games like that off stream. Okay, so here's the idea. What do you guys think about a redeem? Now, this would break progression in games, make games take longer. But what if I had to redeem? We'll make it pretty hefty in points. Not something that's gonna be super cheap we can do all the time. But a pretty hefty redeem that would make me play one of the Mega Man X games, but you pick the boss, and I have to go in and play that stage first. Like, not play the whole game, but just fight that one boss. If I win, you lose your points. If I fail the challenge, I talk about giving some points back or something like that. Yeah, choose a start choose a start stage. Make it a poll. Well, I can't play a poll. I can play guitar. Because I have Mega Man X 1 through... Do I have 1 through 8? PC? I guess I have 1 through 6. Hold on. Let me look. Because I have the Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and Mega Man 0 and ZX Collection. Collection 2. I forget what's all in that one. I think 2 is 5, 6. Is it 5, 6, 7, and 8? 1 through 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8? Anyway. But yeah, it'd be a channel point redemption. Mull that idea over. Because I'm thinking about VODs and stuff. We'll talk about it. You guys gave me the idea tonight. I'll think about it. There are more protests today at Tahosa Square as authorities struggle to manage the fallout from the latest mass AI compound revelations. This historic scandal has led to many outbreaks of chaos in multiple cities across Elian. Mass AI development, a capital crime since 2067, has been a highly controversial subject and part of the hidden agenda of the recently established 6th Council. Nope. Nope. Touching that one. Oh, hello. Guess what? Punk. You know what? As neat as this railgun is, I don't care for the pew pew. It's very wee. Yeah, do it again. Yep, do it again. And again. Ooh, ooh, that hurt. Okay, so it doesn't hit multiple enemies. Sadness. Good gravy. that was no bueno. No. Atem? Oh, look at the Rashon. The truth is that the Arisen have succeeded where we have failed. Hey, wait. I've already read that before. Talking about how the Arisen are perfect, but they choose to kill themselves after 152 years. Tree. Yeah. Well, then I guess they're not perfect, then, are they? Okay, well, that door's open. Now what? How do I open door? Yeah, have a nice trip. See you next fall. I don't know where to go. It didn't work. In a way. In a way, I could see that. Ew. Yeah, okay. I see it. My latties working. This is Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store in the Citadel. I thought it was shop. Maybe just... You might be right. It's my favorite store in the Citadel. Got some carbon scraps. Got some Neil bonbons. Cass, I'm actually really aggravated. Did I tell you that I played through all the Mass Effects and didn't save the VODs? That was one of the last games I didn't save VODs for. Do you know what the first game was that I saved VODs for? Well, I know you have him automatically on YouTube. I know that. Honestly, that would be the only reason for me to stream on YouTube, is that I would never have to do another VOD download and then... Hi. Ow. Sound from what's that game? Descent. No, it wasn't Pong. Mika, you should know. Yay! I've considered it, man. I just don't know. I really don't have a reason not to, but I think at this point I'm almost just stubborn. And part of it is I don't know if my rig can handle all that. I got all the free software you need. Yes, Mika, you should. I figured if anyone would remember my first VOD on YouTube, it would be you. Like, I would bet money on it. Oh, there's a door. There's a door now open. Open door. Please. Okay. I remember that your first VOD was like the third time we streamed Breath of the Wild. It was the second one, but yes. You're correct. I missed the first stream. Whoa! Yeah. Well, hello. Sweet, beautiful flesh connects to the source, makes us whole again. Look, I can make a chorus of how to do it. I use multi-stream by Meld to stream. Since it's cloud-based, it doesn't add any extra performance to your PC. It's not bad. No. Hi, buddy. Oh, I had stamina. Use Caster Labs, combine all my chats into one chat box. Now, one thing that I do know that Twitch was like, you can do your multi-stream all you want, but don't combine the chats on Twitch. Because if they ban someone on Twitch, they don't want them to be able to be on their YouTube. I remember that being a thing. Bonk. I don't have my chat on screen for various reasons, but I do when we talk, because I'm able to see things quicker. Yeah. Neat. No, I cannot. Follow the rules. Oh yeah, I figured you did, man. I wasn't worried about you breaking rules. Could you imagine, like, actually walking into this room? Like, for the first time, just being like, whoa. Like, that's cool. I really want to parkour that. Because I feel like there's... Oh, hello. Missing seal. Or. This looks like it might be important. So we are going to synchronize this one. So close to be able to use this weapon. Multi-stream in 3 platforms because you added Twitter. Yeah, okay. Please hear this the right way. I will not be adding... If I add anything, it will be Twitch and YouTube. Nothing else. Like, I have no interest in Twitter, Kick. Crap. Oh, yay. Facebook, none of that. That's just me. Yeah, do YouTube since they're combining vertical and horizontal to get more exposure for live streams. It's the perfect time. There. All right. Buddy. I shouldn't have jumped a second time. I was fine. I was fine. Was. Anyway, in case you guys haven't heard it today, I love you. Can't believe I just ordered a box of Kraft mac and cheese apple pie. Oh, for... I mean, people add, I think it's weird, but a slice of cheese to their pie. It's weird, but all right. I want to add TikTok, but they're so stingy about who they give stream keys to, and instead they want you to use their crappy TikTok studio to stream. No. Yeah, it's weird, but I'm not kidding, Kess. It's a thing. Okay, so why'd you stop that time? Yeah, why would you add a slice of cheese on cheesecake? Hey, you're at working on mobile, right? Yeah, sharp cheddar on top of apple pie is pretty good. Cuts down the sweetness. Yeah, see? Told you. Told you, Kess. Okay, never mind. I'll watch it. I'm not going to be streaming too much longer tonight, and so I don't want these next roll of ads playing. I'll watch it. Mascarpone is a cheese that is often used for some kind of pie. Oh, it doesn't let you snooze on okay, I'll just watch it. I'm gonna pull up OBS so I can actually snooze them there. Oh, this saying the ad break ends in 45 seconds. Sorry, I thought this was coming up. Yo! Flapjack! Rabble! Guys! The thing is in a different spot. What? It's in a different spot. It's not a 12 o'clock position. It's because I'm Mexican and we go all in with food the way it's meant to be eaten. Okay, I raise you a challenge, Kess. Food is meant to be enjoyed. Hey, you're not really missing that much, the chicken pot pie. Yeah, chicken pot pie, you're not missing that much. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's good. But it's not, it's a comfort food more than it's like a life-changing food. A beefsteak pot pie? Okay, now here's the question. Do you put peas in it? I started doing that because of a Mexican family. They talked me into it. Guess you were just the one that was making fun of us for doing it. Ugh. These are disgusting. Hi. See, celery's fine. Peas are just... No, peas are disgusting. Nah, see, you lost me at the peas and lima beans. And I'm not just saying, like, oh, those are gross. Like, no, I've actually tried them. I've eaten them. I'm not a fan. Don't use the auto aim. The auto aim is dumb. Lentils? You can't eat lentils? Like you don't like how they taste or something? I agree with you, Contrix. Peas are ick. How did that miss? I'm not mad that it did, but how? Ah, that's a bonbon. They don't agree with my taste buds or my stomach. Okay, no, that's fair. I just was curious. Like, was it a taste thing? Is it a texture thing? No hate. Encellium ingot. Hmm. I also just want to reiterate again, guys, if you didn't hear earlier, the next 3 weeks, I will be working nights. So I don't know what my stream schedule is going to look like, but I won't be taking all 3 weeks off. I will do, at minimum, 1 stream in those 3 weeks. I'm not saying we do 1 stream a week, because I just don't know. What's going on at work is that I've become the lead trainer. And because of that, I'm actually training 5 people for my my position, and it's a lot to train. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that for a while. And with these guys, I have to train them at night because of some of their availability. So, yeah. Can I make that jump? I don't think I can make that jump. I can make this one though. Oh boy. Oh, thank goodness. I got promoted at work, so I've had to train a lot of new... Hey, cool! New people on the team? Nice! Congrats, Cass. Let's see here. I love pistachios and bananas. It's okay, Krim. The only reason I'm even here is because I'm sick and I need to rest. I hate pistachios and bananas. Not quite crazy, but half nuts. Albert, hi. That was good. How are you, sir? I found a new spot. Oh. I found a new spot. Wait, did I? Or have I already been here? If we find dead bodies, then we know I've been here. That dude is moving. That dude is moving. That dude is moving! Okay. Doing well. I hope everyone is having a week. It's a week. I'm trying to rise the ranks in my company. I need the money, not because I'm materialistic, but for student loan repayments. Okay, look. Let me pounce on that real fast. Money is a tool. It is not a bad thing. Like any tool, if you use it properly, it can be a good thing. It's okay. Now, if you're chasing money just for money's sake, like, okay, like, look at what you're gonna do with it. But yeah, money in and of itself is not a bad thing. Just when you become consumed with it, that, when your decisions are based everything around it, that's when you might need to take a step back and go, okay, well, wait a minute. Like almost all things, with the notable exception of coconut and eggs. I wish I liked eggs and coconut. I'm not a huge fan of coconut either, but I do like eggs. Okay. Want money so I can do Scrooge McDuck dive into. Yeah, and die? You dive into that much gold, you will die. See, that's how you get Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Guys, I got a sword! It's the same moveset as the... It's the same moveset as the May... Crap. The mace. So you want blood money? That's okay. That's pretty good. Guess that's pretty good, man. Oh, there's 3 of you guys? Oh, that's bad. bad. That's really bad. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Okay. Dude's trying to hit me with Goku. Okay. You do want blood diamonds? Hello. Seal of Anima. Disciple Shield. I have one of those already. You get up here. Yeah, there was a movie called Blood Diamond. Yep. Had it was DiCaprio, but I can't remember the guy that played with him. Like his coast. Oh man. Wowie. I was like 18 or 19 when I saw that movie. I was working at Family Video. Hi, Turtle. How did time with your kiddo go? I'm terrible with names, but good with remembering faces. Ah, yes. I gotta go back over there. I hate these jumps. It's alright, we're working on a puzzle of Devil's Peak. It was cut very poorly, so it makes it more challenging. Sorry. Woo! Okay, made it. Okay. Wrecking or anything. My controller's not covered in sweat from my hands. It actually is, just so you know. So you know what? Let's test our damage. This sword. I like the stagger and the speed. Heal. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Have a great night, Turtle. I'm going to end here before too long, so you're not going to miss a whole lot. Too bad. But half my health gone is. Trim will end in my time zone. It's almost 11. Okay. Wait! You didn't tell me I did all that and I could just do this jump? Yeah. Now, how do I fix my max health, though? Me too, though. Yeah, maybe. The ghost. Ah, crap. Yeah! Yes! Yes! Victory! No, get gone. How many times has the solution been in front of me? I'm like, what? Cast it 17 times. Oh, dude, cast me too. I'm probably gonna die here again, but you know. We gotta get our Axion back first. Oh, it's right there. Crap. Nope, don't you dare. Okay, now I don't care if I die, because I have everything back. Okay. Oh, that's sad. I like how the chains hooked on to nothing. Oh, one down. That is really satisfying. Like, no, sir, this is a Wendy's. That's what they say when they did that. Yeah. Did I ever tell you guys the story about there was one time I actually went to a Wendy's and there would have been a perfect time for the drive-thru people to actually say, ma'am, this is a Wendy's, and they didn't? So I was out of Wendy's. I was in the drive-thru, and the person in front of me was trying to order, and it took him a while. And I get to, pull up, get my order in, talk to him, and I hear the crew talking. I'm trying to figure out what they're talking about, and I hear them explain, like, yeah, guys, she was trying to order a Whopper Jr. And I said, guys, I don't mean to be rude, but, like, I can hear you guys talking about, ladies at the drive-thru, and, like, please, like, she's trying to order a Whopper Jr., right? Like, yeah. And I'm trying to explain, like, we don't have Whopper Juniors, we can do this, we can do this. I said, please tell me you said, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Everyone started busting up laughing. The person who was working the drive-thru went, no, I didn't. And it's like, the opportunity was right there in front of you. Like, I know, and I missed it. So we all had a good laugh about that. I mean, probably. Ooh, nice little lucky dodge. Very nice. Dodge. Which way? Oh, yeah, this way. Alright, see if I can do this again. I don't know if I can pull this off twice. No, I can't! Yep, sure can. But this time, I have full health. Okay. No, don't you die. Don't you die, don't you die. Or you don't heal fast enough. That's okay. Felt like I was playing Dark Souls 2 with that Estus Flask timing. I would have done it even if I ever got accepted into FAFSA. Ah. I mean, yeah, why not? My guy who always cracks jokes the opposite just makes me laugh. Yeah. I make food puns all day at work. I do it based off the food item, the brand names. Yeah. I'm really liking this sword, if you couldn't tell. Oh man. Like last month they took us on a ghost tour, and the guy was talking about Confederate soldier ghosts that appeared in the library, and I said, so this ghost appeared. Everyone died laughing. Oh, so you made more ghosts? Kessler. You made them more ghosts. Boy. Someone had to lighten the mood. That tour sucked. Oh. I'm sorry, man. Oh, that's a sun. That's multiple suns. Come on. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I don't like that like breaking stance sound is just satisfying to me. I was expecting them to take us on like the most haunted high school, like the most haunted high school we'd have in our city, but they did the, what are you doing up there? Yeah, that's death. So I asked you to drop in. Oh, you pain in the butt. Can you get somewhere where I can hit you, please? No, can't hit you there. Poor sales team that was visiting a hyped haunted house. All the haunted places in the city to not end up going to the most hyped places didn't go to any of them. That's the worst. Oh, wait, what's back here? I got the knife thing. Oh, psh. Oh, you're enemies. No explodey bits. Even our supervisor was trying to call out the ghosts by name. Oh, that's cool. So you guys were having a blast then, huh? Like if you want if you want someone just throw a rock at the window, someone is bound to come out. Aw, I'm sorry that was boring, man. It's a wall. You're a terrible instigator? Really? Really? How dare? Uh-oh. We have not. $100 damage. Yeah. Glad my job likes my sense of humor compared to the previous jobs where they hated it. Or they think you were loco or something? Yep. Fair. Nah, not fair. This reminds me of a certain area of the DLC in Elden Ring. I bet you do, Cass. I bet you do. Area made me so aggravated. In the area with no blessings. First run. Oh, run. Oh, don't knock him off, don't knock him off, don't knock him off. Yes, thank you for teleporting back. No, there. Alright. Oh, look, Mott's coming back from the dead. Yeah, I don't think I could have healed at a better time than what I just did. Can you teleport back up here? No, I'll back up here. Sir? Back up here. Or don't. That's fine too. Because as soon as I go down there, he's gonna teleport right back up here. Watch. Okay, I got the kill before he did. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought this was one of the boss I just fought. definitely do have the stagger power right now. That is a spirit bomb. I missed. So you left your credit card in the card reader. You can pull it out now. I'm not gonna. I need to find a breach thing so I can end stream. Work 9 to 5:30 tomorrow. It's not too bad. Not too bad. There's literally nothing up here to see. All right. Maybe I have to go this way. Hey, it's 5:30. Let's get stuck in a long call. I'll trade you. Nah, Tut, I'm good. This is the last shift that I have that's actually semi. Well, I'm dead. I seriously think that fall's gonna kill me. And I have no way back up. Yeah, it's the rest of my, the next 3 weeks that I work, I'm 1 to 10. Oh my goodness, I didn't die. Beating art? A cult station? Infused column entropic melee conductor. I don't have a column, so I can't make it. No thanks, Ty. You can keep it. Please tell me there's a breach. Yeah, 9 to 8, dude, that's a long day. I'm sure I can jump that. Even if I had light armor on, I don't know if I could make that jump. Or light load is what I meant. Yeah, but tomorrow's your long day, isn't it? Like that's your long day. Tuesday's your 13-hour day, and Friday is your 10. Yeah, because Tuesday you're open to close. Right. Yeah. Controlled. So running attack, 48 damage. Marula? Okay, so it's like a bow staff, but it's quick. Let's try it out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Please. I have 50,000 axioms. These guys I'm pretty confident in fighting, so let's see how this works. I don't know if I think this weapon's too short. Like, as weird as it is to say, it's too short range. Like, this should be the longest reach weapon I have. I mean, yeah, I know I'm holding it in the middle, but... $79 damage. Okay. $7 damage. Okay, that was just the room to fight those guys. It's not a bad weapon, like, I can see it kind of working, but this is just so much better. But, I mean, I'm just saying it because it's the sword. It legitimately is just that much better. Needs to be a reach down here. Purging ritual? It increases the wearer's foresight capacity at the cost of physical defense. Silence light given off. Okay, that's funny. Advanced witchcraft ritual should cure insanity, although some accounts tell of the opposite effect. We'll also heal nearby allies. I'm not okay with this. I'm okay with this. Seal of Chaos. I thought I killed Chaos. Okay, that's a neat moveset. $121 damage. Okay, so that's... What? No. All of that I just went through is that path down there. Okay, good news is, you know what? I found my breach. I've got my 10 cognition. Take 14 strength. We're gonna do... No, I can actually use my weapon at full strength. I want to blast somebody with it to see how much damage it does, because I don't know what I'm going to stream this game next. I don't know, guys. Unless, like I said, you know, one of you guys has a full-time job that is hiring, has a stable schedule, and is remote. Hit me up. All right, moment of truth. The door. Just any door, but the door. Whoa. Okay, that's cool. That's not. All right. Let's do this. Dang it. Missed. No, forget this. Bye. How much damage was that? It lit them on fire. That did over 100 damage. Yeah, this was worth investing in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Crimson's got fire and a big sword. So it is a pretty small hitbox. Bye. Oh, there's a floor down there. Ouch. Well, at least they didn't, you know, like, fall for, you know, ever. Okay, dang. This gun does a lot more damage than I thought it was going to, so score. Like, I'm very pleased with this. Killed a few bosses tonight. How's my experience looking on that? Almost full. How's my gun looking? Very good. Cool. Do I have enough for another level? Probably not. Probably about 20,000 at this point. Oh, I do. Round off my load to 10. Yeah. And I can transfer. Okay, that was smart. All right. I guess we're gonna call it. Oh, the gun that I have now, I can use it. I actually have the stats to use it. Doesn't do 26 damage anymore. It does over 100. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. Anyway, yeah, and it sets the target on fire. It's even better. So now I have a big sword and fire. So like, we're on brand. Anyway, yeah, of course, Tut. Before I go though, guys, just a reminder, you know, next 3 weeks, working nights. Tut, thanks for modding. Kess, thanks for being here. Turtle, thank you. Snizzy, thank you so much for the raid. Those of you that came on the raid, thanks for hanging out. Manic, hello. Me, hello. Kess, hello. Tut, hello. Emma, hello. If I missed anybody, oh, Turtle. Yes, all of you guys, I mean this. Thank you for being here. I love you guys, and I do mean it. There's a lot of things going on. But yeah. You're funny, Tut. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, but I do love you guys, do care. I'm gonna look for a raid target, but I'm gonna raid and run night and just call it. But yeah, love you, mean it. I will see you guys soon. I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. I really don't. But within the next 3 weeks, I will stream at least once. I make that promise to you guys now. Oh, I know who we're raiding. Helps if you, yeah. So, we're going to annoy Sultry. Just because we can. If you guys will copy this message, I'd appreciate it. If you guys don't have the emotes, don't stress it. Give me a sec. I got you covered. I got you covered, don't worry. Alright, I'll see you soon. I'll post in Discord when I do plan on streaming again. I won't just pop a surprise. You know, I might have to do it during the day. I don't know. We're just gonna see. Alright, love you guys, mean it. Bye.